All right, let's get going again. I think some more, maybe some better music sometime this week. We're gonna try a new chat today. So our new chat program, we're gonna see if it's better. I'm not sure yet, so we'll play around with it a bit. We'd actually make the font a little bit bigger. It's a bit smaller, but Andex is replying. Testing the new chat app. Yeah, it works. But it's just it needs to be a little tiny bit bigger. That's all. Missive styling effects. Yeah, this is what I'm. Your new keyboard is great. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to find the sizing of the window itself. I guess we could view, zoom in. Okay, so we can actually just use normal. Yeah, you gotta realize that the screen is like way over here for the time being. So we're just gonna zoom in twice. Oh yeah, that's perfect over on the screen. Excellent. So did you actually get the Royal Club? Just so funny. That was one of the cheapest keyboards that I ever bought. Originally, it was a Mantis Tech product. And Mantis Tech and Royal Cludge were pretty much the same brand, same factory. So it was sold as a Mantis Tech, but also as a Royal Cludge RK 61. But it used Kale Browns, and it was actually not bad. It was fine. It had good build quality to it. Yeah, so I got the Facebook stuff. So the Facebook stuff requires me to have 100 followers on the Facebook, and I think the Facebook one is going to be a really good, also target. So I'm going to we're going to look into that a bit. But yeah, so if anyone is interested. Yeah, that's the only thing is my own chat. I need to, how do I respond to all of those things? I guess I still need a bot. Yeah, I don't know if the board or the switches, but the typing is really smooth, yeah. And the switches are, yeah, they might be. That's normally a thing. I've had the server here running now for over a day. It's got a bunch of errors, but I'm actually going to get the project up and connect to it. Not with that version of Godot. Today we're going to finish the, today I have a whole day working on the project. Today we're going to finish the HAB serialization stuff. I want to spend the weekend working on zone system. Let's hit play. And see if it's still stable. Yeah, it looks like it's still. All these NPCs have been just kind of doing their own thing. Blah. Yeah, and this one doesn't have a name. So this has still been stable since Pagan was on last night, playing with me. So that's great. It's gonna look. I can't wait. I think. I don't think it'll be the Sunday build, but I think this Sunday's build will just be this more refactored and cleaned up. Going live. But I think starting Monday, I'm going to start pushing all this code changes to the main Unforgiven systems build. So we should be able to log into this particular project with all the main characters, and that'll be kind of cool. Give me a minute. Let's see. Where's that data? Under web? Oh, it was a part of head response. Let's rename that. Could be had data. And put the response in the end of the data. Hey, Mira. Voxels versus Mesh in a space game. Need a custom engine to go with full voxels. How's it going, Dan? Thanks. Voxels versus Mesh in a space game. My thoughts on it, you mean? You wouldn't need a full custom engine to go full voxels. There is an extension, Merrick. Someone did a wonderful Godot. This one, solar system demo. Check this out. You can actually download this. It's a Xyline solar system demo. I had a build of this actually. You can actually fly around. It's very Space Engineers-esque. And I'm just gonna skim forward here. So this is using a custom voxel system. But my issue with voxel-based systems, especially where Godot doesn't necessarily have mesh streaming or anything that can kind of build them up extremely fast, it might be easier to just go full custom. Because voxels aren't really something Godot does natively. This particular extension is done with GD extension, so it's all pretty much just custom C++ for the voxel system. This is one of the first projects I actually found when I was looking into Unforgiven Space. And, you know, just to prove that it can do it, you know what I mean? And there's some things about that particular project itself that actually, like, I might use. Like, I am using... I played around with Xylan's atmosphere system for Unforgiven Space. But I still think a mesh-based system is artistically better as far as how things look, using kind of height maps. I guess really, do you ever want to have in your space game a situation where something is overlapping? You know, like is height map data good enough for you? Right? Can you use combinations of noise, right, to kind of sculpt landscape in a way that looks good? And if the answer is no, then maybe, you know, like full voxel-based space game, you know, system might be better. I think a hybrid model where you have mesh data that uses like a shader to kind of blend in to pockets of voxel data for the purpose of so if you think about it, like it would spawn in on top of the surface wherever, let's say there's a mining area, right? You could have a voxel-based system that you kind of blend into, and then you kind of have your marching cubes and stuff, you know, coming down around doing mining or whatnot. I'm pretty sure No Man's Sky probably uses both, you know, like a hybrid model, maybe even Space Engineers in it as well, because you know, just to kind of not have so much. It's a lot of data you're dealing with, but the issue with voxel versus mesh, it's more complicated when you're dealing with replicating that data in multiplayer. So I think that is kind of the that seems to be the challenge. All right, that's when you're thinking about multiplayer. So, you know, those are my thoughts. I don't, you know, given the game is not complete and everything is being worked on, it's kind of... I'm going to try to focus more on like Planet Tech stuff. Probably closer to not at the end of the summer, but early going into back into the school year again. Yeah, just call it data. And I don't really want it under web. Yeah, I think I'll just actually here. Let's do this. Let's take hab data and move it. And let's throw this under habitation. Godot is not going to be happy with the way that I just moved that, but hopefully it'll forgive me. Yo, I knew that. We'll fix it. So that's going to be today's goal. Just kind of get these things kind of working. Yeah, never move code while you're... Hey, fix this. Yeah, okay, so I really do like this chat. Way more. Yeah, combining everything together is deadly. Why are we casting? Oh, because the habitation module doesn't have the right script on it. Thanks. Because I broke it. Come on, we got a lot of work we need to do today. And I export that so I can actually check the authority. Build from data based on our hab data. And we'll have a save. Or an update. So we will need to gain a reference. Let's need a private reference to our habitation manager. Oh, that's why it's so weird, because I just short-coded it. Habitation manager. It might as well actually be what it should be. Now, this node. Yeah, actually, that's habitation data. We're gonna actually just fix all this stuff. My project is not gonna be happy with this refactoring that I'm about to do. Habitation port data. Is it because it's... Yeah. Oh. Alright, so now we can grab our habitation manager from the scene route. I don't know if they all necessarily need a reference to that, but I think they do. I think a manager could also be set when they spawn. Instead of getting it. Yeah, because I won't really need to... It's all a part of the... It should be a part of the account manager. The account manager... Habitation manager should create a new one within itself as a subclass. Yeah, so just take our habitation data and tell the manager to update it. Yeah, and this is, yeah, we can actually we can access this from the account manager. All right, so we need the account manager. Thanks for the response. Unreal Engine 5 is not fully 64-bit like Unity. Unity is not 64-bit at all. Unreal has beta large world coordinate support. In Unreal Engine 5. You can still use it. Were we 5.0? Might be more further along than that. Let me just check 4.1. No, it's still a beta feature. Right? That'll give you your actual doubles, your double variants. I do like that Unreal actually separates the naming. So instead of being like, oh, well, you know, Vector 3s are just going to be doubles now under the hood. Which is, you know, that makes sense. User, you probably shouldn't need to care, but it is nice having them separate. Like having the D designation. Just so you know you're working in it. Yeah, I think we'll set the manager reference for that hab as we need it. It won't be its responsibility to grab the manager. It'll be the thing that spawns it. Alright, then we won't need to worry about spawning anything in. Or updating it. If there's no manager, and then we can check authority and all that stuff. Account manager. Okay, so that's good. So let's assume that they're all the same, and we just have these random 4 item ports in our habitation module, which if we do another build, we should get those properties. And then we'll add in these snap points. I will create a child node. At 0, we're just gonna call it snap points. Just so that they're organized and separate from the art. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all have the right thing. So they need a unique ID. I really need to find a way to make this by default. If it doesn't exist whatsoever, then it creates them. But the issue with them being new by default is that they keep randomizing. I don't want them to randomize. I just want them to, if there is no value in the first place, then we define a random value, but only if it's never set. And eventually I'll just make a tool script that'll do this. I'm going to go grab for our test. Let's just grab 4 GUIDs. One, two. So the item component, I don't know if the parent component needs to be exposed, something. Yeah, for item components, not sure. If we're ever using a hierarchy of item ports for items. For ship components, yeah, absolutely, but I mean, items are usually just prop items, they don't really have children. So I'm not sure of the parent component concept is actually in scope for what I want to do. Just gonna make a note of it. Because they're pretty much exactly the same. Because ideally I wanted them to just inherit from a snap point. Have a unified snap point for the ship and the item ports, but there's a lot of unique aspects about them and how they how to do things, which is not extremely unique, but then we're getting more into inheritance. Yeah, because I could do yeah, by the way, just checking only if it's ever empty to generate a new one, but unless it's instantiated from a saved resource, it's going to keep randomizing it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Now we'll add our list. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so now once we have our owner ID, which will be our network authority, we'll be able to kind of save the changes to which thing is attached to which port. We also, in our habitation system, Yeah, because the system could also be responsible for generating the HAB and the HAB internal components instead of the module itself. You could have like a spawn with data and give it some data. Let me check the order of things because we need access to our database of components. Right, so if our data bank yeah, I think the game manager has access to the data. System manager, game manager. Is our game manager static? No, just a node. Asset manager should have our resources for item components and ship components. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually using the game manager instance. I think I've been always grabbing the node. I think I do actually want to change the way I'm handling that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll go back to the system to handle it. And not the module itself. So build from data is something it won't do. The manager will take care of it. That owner ID should be oh, habitation node. Oh, okay. For now, I'm just going to set it to the person who's spawning. This is a local thing. Okay, so to make sure this stuff matches, you're going to need a station ID. And usually every station will have an ID anyway. This will be our GUID. So this way we can match the GUID and then the actual hab ID itself. Or the node ID for it. We know where it can spawn in again. Yeah, and we'll get the station ID from the parent. The habitation system should always be within a station. Hey, Dev Ninja. Yeah, so a habitation system, which must be a child of a... and as I've come to realize, let's just make, even though it's a system, and it's... Alright, well, I'm still going to make it a node 3D, so it has a location. Yeah, so let's on ready, get parent. Yeah, I only need the station ID. I don't know if I need that reference, if we're just going to have a station reference. Yeah, let's just grab the station. In case I need it. Do you dislike that C# LSB is so smart? Do I dislike that the C# LSB is so smart? I once tried to put a continue outside of a loop, and he compiled everything except for the keyword I was looking for. What do you mean? Oh, compiled, not even completed? I once tried to put a continue outside of a loop. Oh, and it completed everything except the keyword I was looking for? Yeah, so there's no station. Yeah, we should actually warn. Habitation system. Inside a station. And then we can grab the station ID. And we'll just make this public. With a private setter. Do you use a lot of C#, Dev? That means that a hab in itself Nope, I only created the C# bindings for hype rate so it can be used within Unity plus Godot plus normal C# applications. Cool. What's hype rate? Oh, right, I remember. That was the application you were talking about for feeding in your heartbeat into your game. I remember now. Or like for the stream. Yeah, in the games, live streams, yep. Yeah, I don't want to do the replication of this. If I make the habitation itself a spawnable, syncable network entity, the issue is that every one of them will need to spawn not inside their particular node references, but they'd have the spawn like inside something that has a multiplayer synchronizer. And I don't really know if I care too much about them spawning in until the player has authority. Kind of like GTA, where you walk up to it and you go to open the door, and when you go to open the door, then it spawns in. Otherwise, as we're like flying around the stations and whatever, like they'll kind of dynamically spawn in and replicate. And I don't know if I want to do that. I think I want the habitations to be like RPC only, so they just via RPC spawn in on the client in question. We're gonna do it that way, and we're gonna change it if it doesn't work out. Right now, I just want to get things spawning. It sucks I haven't ported over any of this code. All of this was working on Unity, but in Unity I realized I was actually pushing that JSON response to a local file. So it was a very like single player-ish thing. Which it could still be, but yeah, we might as well do it right. Let me clear these errors. One session, session 2, clear, session 1, clear. Because we could just have I could have the node references and we just use those for the spawning. We just have the habitations in their own node 3D with its own multiplayer synchronizer. Ultimately, that might be what ends up happening. The node can still hold a reference to the thing that it spawned. Without it needing to yeah, that could be cool. Spawned nodes. Which will have a multiplayer synchronizer on it. Or a spawner in this case. I guess it doesn't matter as long as a spawn path. We could, yeah, let's put this in the system. But still have it reference spawn nodes. The auto spawn list, in this case, will be our hab. Gray box version. We'll add in our multiplayer synchronizer. Yeah, but I don't think it'll still sync. It'll sync itself. The properties of itself will sync over RPC. We could sync its data structure. Well, let's get it set up as a network entity anyway. Be right back. Pizza out of the oven. Hell yeah. I had pizza this morning. Yeah, this might be cool. Yeah, and then let's get the auto spawn list here defined to have the hab gray box. Prefabs. Station module, habitation module, gray box. And then the spawn limit of how many of these we can actually spawn. For the habitation system. You have a new message via phone link. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use mushroom. Here in Germany, it's already 4 p.m. Yeah, here it's like 11. Okay, so yeah, so their station, not having a good. I'll generate one for this unique random station we've created. You're from the future? Exactly. Alright, that zone is not applying. Online. Alright, so if we're actually logged in and we actually load the scene, yeah, so here, once we're ready, let's break. I wanna see if our account manager has actually logged me in and actually has my habitation configuration at that point. So say I'm not logged in, well, we don't have a way of getting to that testing scene, so that's fine. It's an online test. So say we log in. Now we can do our hab testing. Now at this point, the habitation, let's see, so our habitation system, node owner should have our station, what I'm looking for, our manager. Asset manager. Item components database. Okay, so it has everything we need to spawn in things. But are we actually online? So I need access to the account manager as well. Just to confirm. Even if it's private. Just to see if we have our token. I mean, we should, but I'm hoping we'll have a. Because there's two systems: the account manager side of it, and then the physical management of the habitation modules themselves. So if we go into hab testing, and this pauses. Right, our hab system, which is locally taking care of what we actually physically spawn in, replicate. And then on the account side of things, there should be a habitation manager instead of a habitation system. It should be here. Hang on one second. Okay. So our account manager is online. Yeah, I don't think we're actually taking the response and doing anything with it. No, we're not. So this response should have some habitation data, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to cache that habitation data when we log in so that we can actually go and spawn in the hab. It'll be temporary because we'll be pulling in this response when we go and yeah. So if we have a hab response, let's create private habitation data. And I'm just going to pull the cache data that we've already had. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, cool. So here's all the habitation data for the hab that we need to actually spawn in. Alright, so the habitation system has everything that it needs. From both the account manager and the game manager itself. And then given that we're using both privately, yeah, let's separate them. And let's find, let's see, so designation. Let's actually rename it here. Alright, so the designation. So this I'm going to actually start refactoring. And I'm just going to delete these. Hmm. Chip selector UI. We'll pretty much use this. Yeah, we'll use this one. As habitation. Habitation selector UI. Which may now unlock and lock are just going to be spawn and despawn. Let's see if this UI works remotely. Okay, it does. Alright, so we need in our UI, this is going to be the habitation terminal UI, so let's change this to the habitation terminal UI. Hab selector scene. The panel itself, we want to define here. The interact button. It's this one. The hab list is this list, but it should be called hab grid. I'll call it habitation grid. And panel. Should be first. Alright, this is wired in. Habitation system button. Habitation module. Okay, so if we are logged in, so in the habitation panel 3D, which has an account manager. On habitation spawn, we spawn in the which tells the system to spawn that. This button's gonna get replaced. Yeah, so this functionality here is going to be adding a, instead of a player ship, it'll be a player hab. And normally we're feeding it actual resources to actually spawn the habs from, but we don't really have that right now. So we just have the data itself. So we're going to get from the API and pass in, which is not a resource, just a standard class. And then we'll do hab, selector UI. And then for unlock habitation, we just need our data ID. Quest. Oh. Button. Button unlock. Dot quest. Button unlock that quest. Button unlock. Button lock. Does it not have button lock? Button unlock. Likes the water. Which I think is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. Button lock, unlock. And then the methods. Do 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 do. Yeah, I got it. And if half the stuff is public anyway, I don't know why I have a set method on it, but individual data dot designation. So we should see Rav's place there. Once we, and we'll just tab list. Yeah, job. Reset. Yeah, so on the reset, let's actually go and do a panel. And check something, ship terminal. I just call it UI, ship terminal UI. Yeah, we're gonna be doing pretty much this. First, we're gonna actually check. It's gonna be cool. And we're gonna check and see if we have any habitation data. We're only ever gonna have one right now, so I'm just gonna literally get the hab data that's there. And if there is any hab data, we're just going to add that hab. So we don't need to iterate. So if we run this scene, you know, normally, we should see nothing on the hab list. Shouldn't break. We just got nothing there at all. There's nothing we can spawn in. And if we do it on the online screen, we should see the one that's on the API. Nope. Now. What they trying to visit for online? If the token is true. Where is this UI going to be displayed in ships? Where is this particular UI is actually going to be displayed on the there's like a panel, almost like a hotel check-in, where all the habitation modules are displayed. It's actually I'll show you. Once it loads. Because the idea of this UI, I want to kind of blend in all of the stations with this, but this is just going to be specifically for players. So the idea is every one of these habitation modules are NPCs by default, and they're not players. When the player goes up to this panel right here, which will eventually be integrated into like kind of, you know, the little check-in here with an NPC, right? It'll show them, you know, if they have a habitation module here kind of like on the station defined for themselves. And if they do, they can kind of like unlock it and lock it, which spawns it in. So it's kind of swaps out the, you know, the NPC blank version with the one that the player can actually customize. So that's the idea of it. It's not quite correct right now because it's going to be, there needs to be also like the ability to like just have the list of all available halves, whether the player owns it or not, and kind of claim one. Hey, Scavenged by Sunset. Yeah, so that's the idea, and I had this working in the, things are going good in the Unity build, so I'm trying to get this kind of, you know, minimum viable working. Because I think all it's going to do for now is I'm going to define all the different habitation nodes, and then like as players are spawning them in. Because I think it's just right now it's not going to tie in the node to any particular location or thing. It's just going to be like it'll just give you the kind of the next one in line, right? So whichever one a player hasn't already spawned in a hab in, it'll just claim the next one and make that one yours and give you the authority to, decorate it and then save it. Alright, so that's kind of what I want to get working today. Habitation terminal UI. Yeah, there's supposed to be an interact on it as well. But I don't know if the interact is working. No, it should be. Touch to interact should be on by default. Create a timer. Clear the list. Have selectors theme should be defined. Yeah, so if we don't have data, let's just go and yeah, I wonder if we should just check and see if there's any data. I'm not sure if that module is let's just get it working here. Here in this panel, when we do this whole process, I'm ready. And you get the account manager. Oh yeah, it should only be happening when we hit the reset button. So we should actually be able to see what this is. Yeah, maybe we're not actually. Don't say. Let's go to Hab customization then. Come on. So by default. Oh yeah, there is no interact. Oh, okay, that's my fault then. Selector, terminal UI. Yeah, this interact should be turned on by default. Okay, I'm just gonna play. Let's go. Because I'm only triggering it on the interaction, I want to have the terminal turned off by default. On the interaction, I'm going to actually make that API request. I'm going to tell the station manager, hey, go ahead and grab my ships, even though I am getting them when we log in. So when I interact now, aha, see, Rav's place is now there. And Rav's place can be locked and unlocked. And Rav's place is, the actual saved, habitation on the API with all the item port configuration. So the goal now, is to get the, which language is the backend written in? PHP, because I'm lazy. Sadly, I've been a PHP developer for way too long. Yeah, so every time we interact with that. So now we should be able to do unlock and lock, which will be called, and this will hopefully, once in a moment, get the next have node that's available. Actually do the spawn in, set the authority, and Liza's job doesn't matter exactly. We won't talk about PHP experience. Yeah, I've been a PHP dev for a while. Worked on this trading website here for Star Citizen for buying and selling goods. It's written in PHP 8 pretty much. It solves the knapsack equation. So it fills ships by volume. So it can do like combinations of commodities. Like what to buy in groups from one place to another. And I started kind of like going in and making it quick and trying to solve the equation, edit some live search, stuff like that. This is all, you know, custom code. Made a full 3D star map in 3 JavaScript for visualizing trade routes. Yeah, this is my other main project. I hopefully use a lot of this stuff, you know, in Unforgiven space to actually build a. There's so much more to this too under the hood. It's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, like I also have an org manager, calendar, operations, you know, things that are going, events. You can add ships to operations and see how much money people are making and all that kind of stuff. That's the idea behind it anyway. Web dev stuff's pretty easy, at least on the PHP side of things. Yeah, so we need to unlock and lock it to actually do the spawn and check the ownership, who spawns it. I might actually just tie it to a unique handle instead of the authority for the time being. So we'll have the owner ID, which will be the unique ID of the multiplayer session. But we'll also tie it to just a unique handle, because the Patreon IDs are unique anyway. Which we'll do, set private get. Or get private set. And I'll have a custom function for that. So you can check the handle by pulling it. Set the habitation manager, so for spawning in this hab. Set the manager. I may not even need the manager's doing all the work, so ideally it doesn't need a habitation manager. Oh, unless I do for the update. Okay, so we'll do set owner, set handle. We'll do string handle. Owner handle. Yeah, so let's see. Account manager needs to get the user ID from the API. And if we are just going to use get token anyway. Yeah, I'm going to clean up this. Do I want to get more coffee? Alright, so this is, the selector stuff is fine. This is being bound to the UI. The UI itself is going to call the methods of the actual panel, going to propagate it up. So you have a lock and unlock. Caffeine is always good. Caffeine. Habitation terminal. Yeah, so when unlock, this is going to be our spawn. All we're going to do is say the habitation system, just spawn a hab, which it should. Yep, but ideally we want to spawn a hab with a data reference. Because if we spawn the hab via the data reference in the spawn hab function, we can actually configure it. Alright, so we spawn hab with data, which can take some habitation data. Spawn hab by data. So instead of just kind of generically, we're doing the same thing, but this time we're actually going to do a little bit more. We could also give it a null data property. But for now, let's just go and run spawn data. And see, this should actually spawn in same thing when we use lock. We have an ID anyway. By the way, on line 79, you can get rid of the if since you already continue it there. Where to? Where? Back in which file? Oh, in habitation system? You can get rid of the... Oh, yeah, right, because if the node is spawned, then we're already continuing anyway, so we're always going to end up getting something that's not spawned. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. We're going to go get some more some caffeine, and I'll be right back.
Closer to the end, I've seen the planets fall beneath the frozen sun, the plans stretching so far. Taking me here. It's never been this.
Oh, copy.
It's always seems so far. Now
Yeah, this has to be done this week, so my goal is to finish this today. Like, I'm going to finish this system and make it work in its primitive form today. Like, complete. Hopefully. I mean, we're sitting here until we get it done, so I mean, but there's still a bunch of code smell all over the place, so yeah. So what is the ID? Do these habitation modules have a unique ID? They do. I should refactor this whole database for the IDs to be GUIDs. But anyway, we have some hab data. You want to just use that hab data, spawn in the hab, set the ID, set the handle. To be the account manager. Never touch a running system. No, we gotta burn it all. Yeah, there should be a account manager that handle. Good handle. Good, a good handle. No. Why? Account manager. User ID and handle. So once we log in, the login system is doing it, hey? Okay. Oh, I want to actually change this to be a Newton soft map response. Hey, Strix Colors? Or Strix Color? Welcome, welcome. We're doing boring API stuff. Burning the old system down as if you got a replacement. What if it's not created in the first place? So what we're working on today, just to kind of showcase for those that are new and just coming in, let me run the other project just so you can see. So for those that don't know and you're new, I'm working on a game called Unforgiven Space. Unforgiven Space is similar to like a light Star Citizen kind of Elite Dangerous freelancer kind of style game where you're a space trucker, buying and selling cargo, avoiding piracy, maybe starting some piracy. We don't know what you're doing. I'm just creating the sandbox, okay, with a living economy, and players can play whatever they want. But there's tons of reputation, faction, bunch of different skills and abilities. That's kind of the idea. We have our like single fighter here. Holy moly, you call that boring? It's amazing. So let me kind of and the idea is you can kind of bring your ship in and customize it. You can pull off all the components. Everything's physicalized, right? That's kind of how that works. And what we're working on today in the empty test scene here, which I'll show you, is the players can customize their hab. Now this is like a single player-y, very terrible slapped together version of this system that we're going to be hopefully designing in a more clean way. So here I am as my female character in more of the final build. So this is kind of how this works, right? We have components that are physicalized, they snap onto ships. So geniuses can create a whole civilization. Oh, just a typical Tuesday? Oh, no, I'm no genius. Anyway, so check this out. So players have their own hab. So this is how this works. Right, so here's your own little cool habitation module, right? And it has these snap point nodes. I still remember how you like threw a sofa out the window. Exactly, that's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna watch. So this is the idea, right? So players can go over to the furniture store and buy furniture. So we're gonna buy like two of these, and a bar stool, and a bar island, and the light for it, and like 2 sofas. You know, we're just making a pile. Doesn't really matter, right? So check this out. Right? So if I take the sofa, I'll just kind of demonstrate a few things. So we're in a gravity volume. This is not a gravity volume. So like, right? Oh, no, okay, stop it. No, thank you. We're trying to demonstrate to the chat what we're doing. So players can customize their hab, right? But what we need to do is save this to the API. So the idea, when you spawn in a hab and it is yours, right, you can customize it. And then we need to be able to take that and save it to the, you know, the API. And then, yeah, so this is kind of, you know, you can customize it and do whatever you want with it. Here's my Git. You know, so you can put anything anywhere, right? As long as there's a snap point to attach it to, because the snap points do the serialization, right? So that way we're not just like storing a bunch of entities that's inside the area 3D. We're kind of specifically, systemically, you know, snapping them in place. Get out of here, NPC. So yeah, so that works for everything. Right? That's how the ship works, right? The ship's the same thing. Ship's big ol', you know, system that has snap points. You know, you take off different components, put on different components. You know, same system, right? So that's kind of how it works. So space trucking game. Got some pew pew. Right, you can target things. Apparently the hologram is not working on this one, but that's fine. Can you put a sofa on a turret spot? You totally can, because I'm not limiting snap points. So that's like a different camera. I don't know, maybe? Can we put a sofa? I think that there are a differentiation between ship components, snap points. They're both item ports. I don't think they snap. Yeah. These are the important questions. No, they are a different item port. So one's an item snap point, the other one's a habitation snap point. So, I mean, you can, you know, take a, you know, use a weapon as a comm array. You know, because, hey, look, there you go. Oh god, no. Or you know, put your comm array. Oh, no, get. I'm kind of floating all over the place here. You could totally... No, that's game flag. Yeah, this is just Star Citizen light with blackjack and hookers. That's pretty much what I'm making. You know, just so you're aware. That's pretty much the game. So this is like a mining ship, you know, that I'm going to be prototyping at a later date. Something bigger for players. You know, something with multiple floors and... So yeah, you can do cargo delivery missions, right? Picking up cargo, dropping it off, making money, making reputation. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's what we're doing today. We're getting this working, right? Because the game is funded completely on Patreon, and I push builds, you know, straight to Patreon until the game's done. So, you know, every time there's a build, I just keep pushing it. Doesn't matter how bad it is. All that matters is we just keep pushing builds and pushing builds until there's a game. That way, that's a very transparent development cycle, you know? You can see, like, you know, how the ship AI is working, and, right, like, here's as an example, you know, here's the flight model of the ship itself, you know, fully, you know, dynamic. You can see the ship here flying around doing its thing, and then getting smacked, right, which was unintentional. It was just, right, it came to an arrival point, and then was given an approach, you know, path to kind of get down to the pad, and then gets absolutely destroyed by the combat ship that just rammed it. But it still automatically aligns, and it comes in and lands gracefully. So it's full fly-by-wire type thing. So like that's just some of the, that's the idea. And the pitch is, right, we're trying to get to $400 over the summer, 400 USD. We were there before, but when you decide to switch your whole game from Unity to Godot and port the whole game in 6 months, I don't think the community's too happy with you. So so that's what I've done. I've kind of said, no, we're going to switch over to Godot so we can use the 64-bit you know, version of itself. And the idea is $5. You reserve your name, and you get access to these wonderful, terrible builds, which are not even builds. They're just, you know, if it compiles, ship it. And then at the $10 tier, you get your own little habitation room. You obviously, when the system goes live, anybody can use them. It's not meant to be gated in any way. It's just a perk, so that way, while we're working on the game, hopefully, you know, we can kind of fill up these, you know, like the 2 test station habs with people, you know, that can pop in and play the game whenever they want. And I don't want to sound like a creep, but I can listen to you all day. I love your stream. Oh, thanks. That means a lot. We're also live on YouTube as well, and I'm trying to get multi-streaming working on the old Facebook, but apparently I need to have 100 followers to go live. I'm not allowed to go live until we have 100 followers, so I'm going to go and throw that here in the Twitch chat. Just Captain Revere, because someone stole Revere. Because I don't really care too much about which social media platform, you know, has more followers. None of this matters. All that matters to me is that, you know, I demonstrate that I can do this, and players have faith in the project, and, you know, and supporting the project. You know what I mean? Like, no one's going to get rich off Twitch or YouTube, or, you know, we just need to make the game. And that's why the stream is not extremely entertaining, you know, because we're just getting shit done here. That's it, just getting shit done. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so I have all the, this is the old API. I really hate that I didn't kind of use camel case for a lot of these endpoints. That's some old habits, right? But yeah, you know, all of the old API is still here, and we need to adjust it, maybe to do some refactoring. I mean, it's not a finished API, so it's not like we're doing a V2 or anything. It wasn't finished in the first place, so we'll get a chance to do that, get things going. Thanks again for the raid. Hang on a second. Yeah, let's give Styx a shout out. But yeah, definitely check out the socials, and also the YouTube. It really helps an absolute ton. Let me follow Styx again. Check out the YouTube as well. It really does mean a ton if we can kind of get the this up to a point where I can kind of like monetize. Right now I'm multi-streaming. That's my goal. I just want to increase the exposure, get more people actually playing the game. And I have a build of the game running right now, pretty much. If only I could do that. Listen, if anyone's not on specific social medias or anything, don't worry about it, you know? But yeah, so I have a full build here. Actually, someone was just into it like a second ago. So let's go back into Unforgiven Systems. Oh yeah, because I'm actually Yeah, and thanks again, guys, if you can kind of up those socials. We also have our Discord. So, okay, so we're totally we're squirreled. We're squirreled. What are we doing? All right, so we have our ship selector, online universe. We were going to spawn the ship in. I think we're ready to spawn said ship in if we're online. I'm going to kill the actual build that's running in the background because apparently I've been playing on the dedicated build when I'm connecting. And right now we just want to check the API. We don't want to like log into the server or anything. We just want to authenticate the client. Okay, so play. So yeah, and the goal is like this is going to get done. So online, revere, password. Boom. Right, so I'm hoping I'll get all this update information stuff working so you can see like what's in the builds. We can now go into our hab testing, and because I've logged in, if I interact, this should bring down that API data, so Rav's place. If we unlock it. Oh, hello. Thanks. So this should have just spawned in, right, one habitation module, and this is very like, primitive. So this is our habitation module. If I try spawning it in again, it should spawn another one. We need to obviously limit it. We're not doing that right now. So I think I can just kind of clone that a billion times over. Yeah. So once we have done that, so let me close out the Unforgiven Space project, because we don't need that right now. We actually need to get this kind of working. So we know our habitation manager, right? We want to be able to kind of set an actual habitation module. This way there's only ever one reference of the actual game data version, the one that spawned, in the game. So this way you can reference it and pull in all that hab data, serialize it all, push it to the API, because that's its job. But we need to make sure that once that we don't allow us to spawn another one if the hab manager for any reason has a hab that's currently spawned in it or not. But I think in that case, if we're going to have a habitation module reference, we're going to make it public, so we are going to be pulling it from other systems, but it's going to be private. It'll be yeah, just the hab. I guess we could just call it habitation module. True. And it'll be get target set, and we'll still use a private method in case to yeah. So if there is a habitation module already defined, then get hab data, request hab, update hab. Yeah, and so we should be able to just go set that now. Set the habitation module. Give it one. Hey, I'm gonna butcher the name. Uliverson? Or is it Uliverson? Aloha. Yeah, and then we just say on update if the habitation module is null. Do no return. So then this spawning aspect. So this way spawn hab. Once we've done this and we've spawned it in, we're going to go ahead and set that reference to the system. which is a part of our account manager, habitation manager. Get the habitation module be the one that we just spawned. And then we're also going to use this. So as we're going through, if there's something already spawned into it, we're going to continue. But also, if our habitation manager if the habitation module is not null, then the player already has their tabs on. Completely. And then spawn it in and set it. I thought we were setting it. Did I just copy that? So now we should only be able to spawn one version of itself. And then we need to hopefully so I'm going to go interact. It's going to pull down from the API. Oh, look, there's Rav's place. We're unlocking Rav's place, which causes Rav's place to spawn in. If I try unlocking it again, player already has one spawned. So that's good. And then when we do unlock, we're going to tell the habitation manager to be like, okay, now we're going to despawn this thing. It's fine. And then don't worry about it. And then, you know, actually get rid of that reference. And because we're assuming a player can only have one hab right now, we don't need to worry about the ID of the hab. I'm calling it spawn hab and despawn on the system, but because that's what it's really doing, but the game considers it locking and unlocking. And then all we're doing is checking if the hab node is spawned. And if it actually matches. And if the hab node is a node itself, yeah, if it's not spawned, let's just continue like we were doing. And now we're going to check if the hab node itself and there's another thing on that. So these, the nodes themselves, usually reference the one that has been spawned. And the reason why the nodes have a reference this way is because when these spawn in multiplayer, they probably won't actually be in like as a child-parent relationship. So we really need to have the node itself be able to reference the thing that's spawned within it. So this might actually be the same thing. We should just refactor this to just be a habitation module. That can be publicly get with private set. And we just directly access the module. We can still have is spawned if you want to do like a null check on it or whatever, but and we can still set it with the method. But at least we can just kind of do a check on it and see what's the one that's so now we can check now if the if our account manager, habitation manager, habitation module is null. We're actually going to do that right from the get-go because that makes more sense in the order of things. I mean, if you don't have a hot hab at all, I mean, then you're not going to be despawning anything, which you haven't really, like there isn't one set by the manager to be despawned. So if you have a habitation manager, habitation module, and now if the habitation module matches the hab node's habitation module, and this is the one, then we're going to be queue frame. It needs to do a lot more here for cleanup, but this will despawn it. Because what we'll do is we want it to do an update before the queue freeze. We want the system to push changes to the hab API, right? Before we finally despawn it. But we want to serialize all that habitation data, push it to the API, make sure that response, and then finally queue free it. Or if there's an error, report the error and probably queue free it anyway. So now the despawn call, we need to wire our panel. So when we're locking it, we're actually telling our habitation manager to despawn the hab. And there's an ID reference for the future, because these will have unique IDs, but it's only ever going to be one hab. So we don't need to worry about it right now. But we'll still try to do our best to not write jank code, but jank code happens, you know. Go. Jank code happens, but at the end of the day, all that matters is pushing the thing live. We log in, we get a revere. Boom. Now that we're logged in, we do our hab testing. Our interact refreshes the API by unlocking it. We're saying, hey, bring in our actual hab. And by locking it, we're saying, hey, we want to despawn it. Okay. So we can now just kind of interact, refresh the API, unlock. Oh, we didn't do the. We did something unholy. Once we're despawning it, we want to clear that reference. In the habitation manager, for the system itself, which is doing it. Yeah, so when we're despawning it, this happens. So does queue free return true? If it actually gets freed, maybe not. Either way, we know we're good. So we're going to tell the account manager, habitation module. Oh yeah, we can't set it directly, so we got to do set habitation module to null. There, and then it's not having one that is managed. We should actually null it before we queue it free, actually, just so it doesn't have a reference when it gets removed from the scene free. Now we should be able to spawn and despawn, spawn and despawn. No, 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 I'd import testing. Well, while I'm here, I'm going to play with the tractor beam, because ADHD requires me to become distracted. Tractor beam of chaos. Okay, that's not what we were doing. Wrong scene. Alright, we want to unlock Rav's place. Okay, we're gonna lock Rav's place. Because the idea, just in context, there's gonna be predefined modules here, and what our system's going to be doing is spawning in and spawning out. Not the module per se, but the interior of that module and like the door and things that just kind of work. So we seem to be working. If you do it fast enough, you can actually uh-oh. Oh yeah, right. There's still another issue with that. We also need to clear the node reference itself. So we need to clear the habitation reference and the node reference. Which is a code smell that I'll need to fix. Alright, so the set spawn, which takes a habitation node, will be null. Which means, let's do... yeah, I think we can manage that a little bit better. It's fine. So, let's take these and move them over. Because we're spawning things in left to right anyway. Take our player. Oop. Make this a little bit easier to do. So we also need to do an update. So I'm wondering, normally I would have the update function kind of inside the hab on the table. But yeah, because we need to test pushing the data back. Okay, let's go and totally... yeah, I guess, we'll just do it on spawn, I guess. Yeah, we'll do... let's tell the habitation system to do an update. And update habitation. We're going to give it the actual habitation node. I guess it doesn't need it if we're not clearing it right now. Because normally we give it a node reference. This is updating based upon that node reference. So we need to make sure that we do have a habitation node, just to kind of do a few more extra checks. If the account manager's habitation manager module is null, then we're going to return. There's nothing to update. Otherwise, we need to serialize the data. So, like, what's the data? What's the deal with the habitation module? So we need to create a new set. We're going to do. So the account manager, habitation manager does all the API work. So it's it that needs to do the work, but we'll set up the data in the manager, and we'll push that data in the habitation manager itself. Yeah, so it'll be updating the data. So hab update pushes habitation data to the API, does all the work, and then we'll return back a response. So the system's job is to work with the game file or the game data and nodes, the physical, you know, figure out what data needs to be replicated to the API, send the data to the manager, which kind of handles it. So there's no game. The idea is to have only data, like a data layer for the managers themselves that are like account manager, habitation manager, Patreon manager, like anything that's working with the web services. Only deals with data, and then the systems take that data, serialize it, turn it into a game or a ship or, you know, whatever it needs to be. Yeah, so the system, habitation system, so we're good. We now have a habitation module. Might as well just directly reference it. Just so it's easy peasy, so we now have a habitation. And we'll create a new habitation data structure. And we're going to kind of set it up to be based upon. Alright, so what's the designation going to be? Well, it's going to be whatever it was. We're just going to kind of like pull in. Yeah, I don't think the game object version has. So we need designation. The ID. And now this should actually, yeah, so let's kind of start bringing in that data. Get private set. These will be GUIDs. Same thing, set our designation. Will be a string. This way, if we want to do something node related with it, like let's say we set designation, but we want to run like a custom method, like whenever we set designation, we change like a label inside the hab. Or as an example, maybe outside the hab, there's like a placard with your name on it or something, you know, or it needs to change the color, or lighting, or in this case, replicate the item ports. You know, same data that's coming from the habitation data itself, but you know, this will just be, you know, the API data without any node references. It's not even a resource. Just data used for serialization. So designation. Map points. And then the system will also do the work, kind of going through the snap points and spawning in the components. All these properties exist so the system itself can interact with it, like authoritatively, but we'll just, you know, anything else that's reading from the habitation module, it'll be private. It'll be public read only. Ba-dum. In the habitation data, the ID. Yeah, the ID is a string. Did I say that it's not in the module? Oh yeah, yeah. These, yeah, the owner ID is an int because it's actually the network ID owner. Technically it's a long, but this will be the GUID of account owner. Or GUID of module on APM. Handle designation. Yeah, and this will take a string. Do. Yeah, because we just gotta, with all the Newton soft bindings, technically pushing this back up as a post will be just serializing the same data and literally sending it as a hab key. And it should just work. Habitation system. Yeah, so now this will come from the habitation designation. This can actually be written shorter. Yeah, because we can do the data here. Designation ID, owner ID doesn't really matter. The handle. I wouldn't mind including the handle in the JSON structure instead of the account ID. But it doesn't matter. Okay, so then... Yeah, so then we'll map the item ports. Map the snap points. Right, so for each of our habitation, yeah, so for each of the snap points, these are going to be the literal snap points. And I do like defining what they are. We're going to create a new should be, what do I call it? Habitation data, habitation snap point data. Because the habitation snap point data is only the item ID and the ID, and not all of the, you know, logic of how they really work. Yep. So we're for each one of these. There's just a quick way of jumping back and forth between what we were working on. We're going to create a data point. And we're just going to say that the snap point data ID is going to be the snap point.id. And then if it has a component on it, well, I guess it'd be null anyway. Yeah, so snap point data dot item ID, in this case, is going to be the snap point component item component.id. Oh, so we actually do need to check if the snap point has a component, which is, and I don't know, that should probably be a method. Anyway, if it has a component, and then the item ID, is going to be the item component ID. And I'm going to set it to be null by default. Oh, reload. Hey, Mungalo! Alright, so now we've kind of like created our new snap point data. And if there's a component, we set the ID. So then for each of those, once we have our snap point data, we're going to add it to our habitation data. Snap points dot add the new snap point data, and that should build up all the data that we need to push back. I don't know what else we have here. Hang on. We have like position, rotation, a bunch of other stuff, but that's irrelevant right now. So then finally, we can be like, okay, well, this is the configuration of the hab that we've spawned. So we're going to tell the account manager, habitation manager, to update the hab based upon the habitation data that we've built. And then we'll kind of yeah. And then I want to know what the habitation data is that we're actually pushing. So we're going to go back, take a look. Actually, no, that's fine. Let's run the main scene, and we'll watch it here in the yeah. So we want to see if this data gets built up, right? So by default, we go to online, we log in. And now we'll go to hab testing, and we'll spawn in the hab. So this is our hab. Now when we despawn it, right, so we should, if I pause it right now, and we stepped into one time, what will I have, where are we? Let me step over. No. Let's keep going. Let's despawn it. We are not unlocking. Why are we not unlocking? Let's find out. Yeah, so we should be running update habitation. So set spawn to be null. If we're returning already, we are almost there, but not quite. So by default, let's go here. Just want to see if I broke spawning and despawning in general. Online, revere, password. Hab testing. Interact. Get our API response. Unlock it, which spawns it in. Locking it, we should despawn it, but something happened. Nullable must have a value on what? On the panel 3D. Oh, for the input handling? That's not necessarily... Oh yeah, update habitation. Oh. What do you mean we're making a snap point data? Unless the snap point, and habitation snap point says null. Maybe in the habitation gray box. So these are now empty? No, they're not. And they each have their own ID. They are definitely... Oh, we don't have an ID on the actual have anymore, but I think those are unique. So putting a default one doesn't really matter. Unless the ID... Yeah, no, that should be a nullable type. It can be empty. Alright, 131 on habitation system. Habitation data, which we've already defined as new. We already have snap point data for it. Oh, we have to initialize it. One day we'll know what we're doing. Until then. Hey Rab, did you convert the entire thing to Godot? I totally did. Yeah, so hab testing. Unlock. Lock. Excellent. Now let's see if that data is actually correct before we send it. 6 months. But I mean, it is a little bit of a big project. I think converting it a 1.5-year project in 6 months is probably not so bad. Let's see if our data is serialized correctly now. Unlock it. Let's go ahead and lock it, and boom. So our habitation data... No. No, actually. It is. Because when we spawn it, we never... On the spawning process, we're not actually setting the designation or the ID. But these are definitely the habitation. So what I want to do now is watch this. So we're going to add this to our watch, and I'm going to continue. And what I want to do now that let's go and spawn it in and buy 2 couches. Oh my god, way over there. Why must this game make me work? So it's more than 6 months to visit your stream. Yeah, time goes super fast. So let's put an item in the item port and then go to despawn it again. And we'll see if that serialization has the reference to this item ID. So boop, there it is. So let's go to despawn it. And we should now have our item ID. So in the second item port, this should be the item of the Yeah, now we need to take that data and actually push it to the API. Yeah, there's a real habitation module, and these are the real SnapPoint properties. Yeah. Cool. So we're getting there. Cool. All right. So now we need up now we're separating all the logic. Now we're back into the data layer again. We have some habitation data that we actually want to update. And what I don't like about the fact that I can only have one HTTP request, it's kind of annoying because then there's only ever one subscribed on request complete, or vice versa. So you need to create like a bunch of custom nodes if I want to do different types of API requests, where I have like unsubscribe and subscribe to a new one. When I want to do when I want to make the HTTP request do something else, but I guess I could always like spin one up on the fly and add it. But I don't know. It might just be easier to unsubscribe the requests and vice versa. Or based upon the type of response coming in from the API, I could probably just check it there. Or try casting it to a different response to be like, hey, is this a response I just got back? Oh, this is a update response, which would probably work as well. But either way, so we now want to do our hab. So this is our hab request. But we're going to be sending, so we need a bearer token. Trying to get a hab, so update hab. But this time we need actual data, so we're going to be sending. Let's go to our Patreon manager. Where is the system? Maybe account manager. Yeah, for posting bug report, this is pretty much very similar to the type of data structure that we're going to be. The only thing is, we're probably not going to be. Yeah, we're probably still going to use Newtonsoft to turn that data back. So here, is that what I'm doing on request complete? Just checking to see if the key. Yeah, that's the only workflow issue. I hate that the HTTP requests are nodes. I mean, post server information. Same thing. Habitation manager. Update hab based on the hab data is forwarding this to. Yeah, that's where I thought I went. Okay, so we're doing pretty much all the same stuff. I don't think our token is here. It might need token as well. And I'll have to pull it from the account manager. Maybe we actually keep a copy of that token. Or yeah, because this is always being added. Hang on a second. These have a dependency. Account manager is always the child of the habitation manager. So when this enters the scene, the parent will always be the account manager. It's a global script. And the new data, so it's going to be this, but have yeah, so we could actually just create habitation update data and just set it. Have is going to be our habitation data. And now we have our class that we can serialize with Newtonsoft. Yeah, we can kind of do this. So we're deserializing. Do we need to use encoding? Let me check. Yeah, so we want to Newtonsoft, let's say JSON is the JSON we're going to serialize our habitation response data. What are our overloads? I guess we won't need to worry about that. We're just literally just serialize object, give it the object. Yeah, we should be fine. I don't think we need encoding. Because this is going to be a string. Yeah, and this should now be a Newtonsoft. Yeah, it's just a string. Yeah, so we're good. So now we just push it. This should be... Yep, and then we'll do account manager.token. And we don't need to stringify it anymore. And this is going to want me to simplify it because we can. So this should technically just work. AP, wait, we're not going to host though, should we have, we're pushing to. So now hopefully we'll push this data to the hab with the token. Everything will work, wink wink, and it'll actually update. But I don't know if it's going to, but this should be fine. Account manager, our token. Alright, well, let's find out. I'm going to worry about this. And we don't need our token anymore because we're getting it from the account manager, which is the parent. And I have no idea what I have done on my back-end side, if this is going to take it, but I think that's everything that we need. And also, the only thing we need to do is make sure when we're spawning the habitation system. Actually, we'll leave that there. When we're spawning it, we actually want to do all these things here. So we're going to set ID. So we should be getting, are we spawning it based upon habitation data, or we're just spawning it in general right now? I don't think we know. No, we don't have that data yet. We were going to do it here. Alright, I'll be right back at 80's Washroom. Alright, so the goal now is to not have to touch any PHP. That's the goal. Don't touch the PHP. If something doesn't work on the API, you know, pushing this data, then we're in trouble. Because then we got to go refactor and work on the API. And the goal is not to work on the API. The goal is make it work like it worked before. Because this post, yeah, so we're posting to have this data format. Ports, it's not called ports anymore though. Maybe it won't matter. Because the idea is this all becomes JSON literally on the back end, and it just updates. We'll find out. What was left? What were we doing? So we don't need to worry about that. When we're spawning it, I was hoping we could push more to it, like the designation. But we do have the habitation data. Yeah, so we can actually grab the existing habitation data from the account manager, habitation manager, get hab data. This is kind of poor, but you know, we've created the thing, and if we do have some data, we'll go ahead and replicate. We'll say, okay, we'll have Set the ID, could be the data.id. Set the designation. That designation. And I think what we'll do. I know we're squirreling. We're just gonna squirrel, but I want to create a label. Tell designation. And in the habitation module, where we have our designation, let's go put it in our private label 3D label designation. And then inset designation, just turn this back into a body. We'll set it, but we're also going to, if the label designation, then let's go ahead and just update our label when we spawn it in. So, and we'll just set it up so that this way it should just say Rav's place, like once we spawn it in. Just to get something in-game other than the item ports themselves. One meter above the ground, and let's move it out 0.2, 0.05, so it doesn't click. And that's 1 meter. Yeah, that should be like at waist. Maybe we'll do 1.5. There we go. And we'll make it wrap. Yeah, that's fine actually. Okay, so just gonna squirrel. So if we have some data, this needs to be a fresh request though, not the one we made when we logged into the game. So we do need to be on the refresh, telling it to go and get the data again. And not just pulling what's there, just doing it again and returning the data. And then this response. So have response received. So we'll check for an update response as well. So we will do kind of what we're doing on the account manager real quick, which is pending. Yeah, I could parse it and see if it contains the have update. Anyway, regardless of the response back, it should just work. Let's find out. Oh yeah, but the item store thing, my bobber. It's too far. Add customization. Cargo area? Where's the cargo area? Component area. I really don't want to be going all the way over here. Pick up my spawned in components. It's a bit much. So let's do it. Oh. And now it's kind of a moment of truth, but not really. I don't think it's going to work. It could work. I don't really have a lot of... Yeah, so hab testing. If we unlock Rav's place... Oh, look. It's Rav's place. And we buy a component. Why is it still over there? Purchase? Nope, there it is. Excellent. We have a couch. Now, let's put it in the last item port. And now let's despawn and see what happens. Lock. Okay, no errors. Now, if we go into the hab and I reload it, it should now be different. It should have the new data. It actually works. Because the station ID, these were properties that this data set didn't have before. So this is actually working. And the last item is the one that has this particular item ID. And this API is old. So if our couch... So if our couch is this item, look how it reads of single. So if this data is 1C112, which it is, it's actually working. So all we need to do now is make sure that the data... Now when we log in, the only thing is, did the designation update though? I mean, I don't know. Did we get our designation? Yeah, we did. Rav's place. So yeah, so I don't really care about the station ID. This updated. 3EE designation. This is pretty much it. Yeah, this is the data that I need. The only thing in future, we have, when we're real developers, we need to have a versioning for the data set. So that way, if you know, we made a huge change to the way the game stores data, and we have then we check the version ID of the response, and if it's like old, it was like version 2, and it had an old data structure. And we migrate it, you know, to like version 3 or 4 or something where we put a bunch of different keys and we changed everything. So when you have a migration process for that data to, you know, update to whatever the latest data is, because we don't want players to, you know, obviously lose anything if we're like changing anything. But we shouldn't be, but I do like the, you know, the idea of keeping things a bit NoSQL-ish. Hello, Emmons. While we're working on it. So now we need to actually have that, you know, actually load in again when we despawn and spawn it again. So this get hab data from the hab manager, which is returning the hab data. We do want it to return the hab data, but we want it to make a new fresh response. Now, are we running this on refresh? Or get hab? Hang on. Or are we only doing it? Panel 3D. So when we are refreshing it, we are getting the hab data as well. The issue is the hab data takes a bit. Ugh. We need to tell it that we want to update. So we could do an async void to refresh this terminal. But then the terminal won't clear. Request tab. Oh yeah, right. And we're gonna get the account manager now in the startup. Then we don't really need a token. Where was it getting this token from then? The account manager passing the token. Which it doesn't need. So we can use the account manager get token. And then when we run this, this will just, okay, so we just gotta run request tab again. Then pull the data. Yeah, it's a habitation system. Yeah, so we run update habitation. This updates the hab. And then I think I do want to tell the manager itself to do a refresh. Again, but to do refactor. Just one. Rush. Update was done, but it could fight each other. Revoke to async request. I don't know. Yeah, so then whenever we, oh yeah, we could totally do that too. We could just kind of, when we interact with the panel, yeah, we can just go ahead right away and just tell the account manager, habitation manager, just request the hab again. And we'll pull the hab data from it. And then reset the terminal, in case the name changes. Cool. And now all we have to do now is spawn in those components that are missing as a part of the spawning process of the system. So in the spawning process, we can actually do spawn had items, and we're just going to give the data in case I want to run this from something else, like have it like re-replicate all the items. We actually need a game manager for this. So let's do a bunch of, return casing. But really, all we have to do is for each of the snap points in the actual tab itself, and we're assuming we've already spawned in the hab. So we need to assume that we've already gotten to the point. Last thing it needs to do is spawn items in. So we need this habitation module in the ad manager to be defined. This will be our node reference. And I will iterate through each of the item ports. I think item ports for each item snap point. Snap point in a habitation. Does a snap point have the ability to spawn an item? No. We're going to just check and see. So for each of the snap points, we're going to iterate through the data. And for each, data in our data dot snap point. Habitation snap point data. Okay. And we're just going to compare. So we're going to match the port. So if the snap point.id matches the snap port data.id, right? And we found it, and now we'll check and see if the snap point has an item already, and if not, we'll spawn it in. And we can probably clean this up a bit more. So if the snap point itself, item component is not null, or actually, I think I have the has component. Yeah. Remember to add the sofa to snap point ability. Oh yeah. Yeah, so if the snap point has a component, then we're just continuing. Actually, let's do it if it doesn't have the component. Then welcome to snap points match. If the snap point has a component, because I'll refactor this and we'll do like a spawn item on snap point. And then we're gonna say our item component item is our account game manager dot assets dot get item component by ID, the snap point data dot item ID. This should bring back the item component resource. On the asset manager, And then with that, I hate all these if cases, but that's fine. And that shouldn't be null. We're just going to create it. Item component, item component. It's going to be instantiate. Brain no worky. It's been a while. It's been a few days since I instantiated something. Oh, right, the item component resource. Where is the prefab that instantiate as an item component? And we're going to add it to the port. So the real snap point. Add the item component. Set the snap point. Yeah, I think I already have a system for this. Oh, I do. That should set our port. And we'll clean that. We'll refactor this and clean it up here in a second. But I want to see if we're actually going to spawn in our ad. And then what we'll do is we're just going to go and buy another couch and throw it on there and then close it out, you know, open it, vice versa. We also need to clear it. Like if we detach the item port, we need to clear it so that data gets rebuilt. But I think the data will be rebuilt based upon the configuration anyway. So we log in. Do our hab testing. Let's go spawn in Warehouse Place. And there's my couch. I'm going to go buy another couch. I'm going to put this couch over here on this port. And we're going to go and we're going to go and lock it again. Okay, and then the API response was done, and we're good. The couch may need a sleepy group. now the moment of truth. So we are going to we're going to go check the API. Okay, and we're just going to kill the game. So we're just going to immediately quit. We're going to see if our two couches are there, and if our two couches are there, then we've succeeded. And lots of refactoring will probably need to be done, and there's an error. So let's go in and see if we have persistence of our couches in the hab testing. So Rav's Place, we're going to unlock it. Oh, look. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this one and put it here instead. And then we're going to change it. I'm going to spawn it back in again. Right, so it shouldn't matter. And now we're going to just take the couches out completely. We will trust the systems I've already made. Okay, and we're going to spawn it back in. Oh no, it's still saving. Right, because it didn't update. Is snapping. The snapping is satisfying. Thanks. Okay, wait, what? So when me... Wait, where did they go? Wait, where did my couches go? Oh, wait, they went back in place? What? What? Yeah, the D-snapping isn't changing the data. Interesting, that's so cool. So if we do, hang on a second, see something. Let's see if it's like resetting. Yeah. Oh, because there's still a child. It's kind of cool over here. Okay. Yeah, we're good. It is cleared. And those errors was the me yeah is async. I'm doing this too much. Please actually check to see if the response has been completed before doing the thing. Please use async correctly, Rav. Stop being lazy. Okay, so let's put in one couch again. And we'll put it here. I'm not worried about minor bugs. I just kind of... We're going to lock it. Okay. Uh-oh. So there's a request not done. Wonder is the D snapping? So if I like go from here to here, I'm gonna figure out now why these. Yeah, so there's some weird little bugs. Yeah, so let's not worry too much about if the item ports match. Let's try to spawn item to port. And this is going to be the snap point, or the actual snap point. And the item ID. Which could be null, but that's fine. I'm gonna start cleaning things up a bit. This way is easier to debug, kind of break down some of this complexity. Because we have to iterate regardless. Yeah, so the detachment. Is the detachment actually detaching? When we're updating the hab. Because we're actually going through the real item snap points. And we're saying if it has a component at that time. Yeah, so as long as this... We do this. Or is that lazy? Yeah, I don't know if this... Yeah, we can't really be requesting it. Let me do a get... Let's do like a 1 second timer. This won't slow anything down. I'm gonna just give it a few seconds to finish before we request it. It's update immediately, but after a second, pull it down again. Or we could check if we're gonna use async anyway. I don't know. Alright, so I'm going to run the scene regularly and see if none of this is going to give an error. Because I don't want the system to work in single player, or in any form of single player mode. Other than the NPCs. So there should be nothing here. Nothing we can do. We can purchase some items. There's nowhere to put said items. Wait, why is there gravity? What? Oh, right. The gravity volume was extended. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, this seems fine. What's our uptime? How long have we done all this? 4 hours. Okay. That's fine. That's not bad. Yeah, so I won't worry too much about the rest of this until we kind of get into the... What does Joe's Furniture Store, like, not have? Yeah, I wonder about these resources. Oh, okay, so the ship components are all in, but I only put in one sofa. Right, because this was only for writing the code. That's all we have. One sofa in this project for the testing. Until we push the code live to the main build. Player ship shops. Yeah, so that'll be the next thing to do, is to do the exact same thing we just did with the ships. So the ship configurations and stuff are working. So I guess the next thing that we're going to do is because I would like to test this in multiplayer. But I would have to add a configuration. Let's take this whole habitation system, save it to a scene. Oh, I can't though, because I don't have another Patreon account. I don't have another online account. Maybe I need to create another online account just to and just just manually mark them with a Patreon account. So I want to actually see if we can see what happens when two different players spawn in their own hab. Okay, I know kind of what I want to do with that. All right, where are we? What are we actually doing? Pick up. We've been squirreled for so long. Okay, so we were doing active parameters, systems. Load hab JSON and configure hab if player is logged in. We've done that. Boom. Oh, comm system integration. This is not that much of a priority. Create a UI for the habitation module. What's in our backlog? Make the repair hanger. Make a repair hanger have the reference to the arm, and the panels called in the hanger of the ship. Resets. Yeah, sure, that can go in today. An emote will be fun. I don't think to worry about my assembly definition stuff right now. That's fine. It can be deleted. Yeah, these are like Unity backlog. Big stuff not important. In art 3D, do we have to do any art today? Racing checkpoints. Add the male character. Main engine shader. Maximum pose. Access panels, that's in 3D. This is actually the same one in systems. Yeah, this one. This one's pretty much in art. Beachfront reservation, sanitize. This is all PHP. Let me actually tag this PHP. How do I have tagging in certain ones, but not on others. Why? Fields? Tags? No? How do I have it here? What are they? Yeah. Tags. Well, I don't have tags. Board options. Tags. Now we can put some PHP in there. Yeah, so I want to save this branch. Oh, wait. Prefabs. Universe Online. In our station. Let's put that test. I just realized it doesn't matter as long as one person is actually. It's probably not going to work, but let me do an export build. Dedicated export. Save. Confirm. I'm going to connect with 2 players, one of them which is actually on his account. And see what happens when we try to spawn something in. What? Failed to rename a temporary file. Okay, do it again. Sure. Me? Does it work? Cannot open web habitation manager. Cannot open scripts. What? Oh, is it because I went and like... Or is it still running in the background? Oh, it's still running here. No, it's not. I don't know where it's running. It's running somewhere. There we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do, why do you keep reloading that things? Okay, so we have dedicated server running. One of these we're gonna log in, which has the Patreon account, and we're gonna go to hab testing. Oh wait, no, that's not what we're doing. Wrong. I just put it into Universe Online. We gotta put the hab system in the universe system. So one just needs to go to multiplayer regularly, and one will go online and then go multiplayer. There. So this one will be Revere. I'll make him green. He'll join. Okay, and now this one. Oh, I probably totally didn't put in the store or anything. No, I didn't. So I'll join in as Sam. Yeah, I totally didn't put... I brought in the system for making the habs, but I didn't bring in the terminals. Crap. Alright, well, let's fix that. Which means I also need to do another build, so... Habitation system has the nodes and everything that it needs. But Universe Online does not have a shop or anything like that in it. So in habitation... Testing... Or hab customizations I'm looking for. We need to... bring in the component area and the habitation panel. Alright, so we'll bring those in to Universe Online. Okay. I don't think there's any references whatsoever, thanks. Okay, that one works fine. The component area is fine. Habitation panel should have a terminal. Item component panel. Okay, yeah, so this is good. This hopefully will work. I don't know. Oh no, that's how it doesn't have components. What is it in Universe Online? Hello? Nope, nope. Godot hates me. Hab customization is fine. Universe Online. We brought in... Yeah, why are these like... component area. Here's a component area. This is fine. Component area is fine. But the habitation panel, why does it like not have its own UI reference? Meh. Weird. I'm gonna do another build again. Because I really want to see what happens. When two people are in the scene and one person spawns in the... It's not like open place or something, right? What does it complain so much about? Some temporary file in builds that it can't rename. This is like still running. Maybe it's not like gracefully exiting. Yeah. Why? Does it want me to nuke it? I bet you it actually is still running. Like, I bet you it's still running. Apparently not. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying it can't rename it. I mean, it's there. It's running in headless mode. Come on, play. Okay, so this one's online. Let's put Sam here as the offline person. Okay, and I'll join in as Revere. And my account should be online. Alright, we're gonna head over here to the habitation area. Might as well both head over here. Because I want to see if it replicates them. Just with the built-in... Alright, so stick Sam over here to observe. So I should see my hab. Sam should see nothing. Which is correct. Okay, so I'm going to interact again. Hello. Now, this should spawn in. Oh, apparently not. Okay, what's the error? On session 2. On the hab node being spawned. If the hab node is spawned, we're continuing. But we do have hab nodes. Apparently not. We don't have app nodes. I mean, I brought in the whole system. The habitation system is here and has app nodes. Yeah. Yeah, and that is on spawn nodes, so that's fine. This referenced the habitation system. The habitation system, weather station. It's like they all have the right scripts on them. Then oh, they're not assigned. I've lost reference. Crap. Okay. Alright, now we should have reference now, but that's gonna require me to... we'll just kill this one. And I'll just run 3 builds. I don't know if it's on mine, but it seems like the sound is stuttering in your stream in little spurts. Happens all the time, no idea why. Because it's on both. It's on YouTube as well. And I don't know if it's NDI or something with the like my actual system or not. I meant to move the all the audio over to the streaming PC to see if it fixes it. But I still need to get a loop back, like another audio cable from my microphone back to the gaming PC so I can monitor it. Because right now I can't hear anything that's coming out of the gaming PC. So it's because I don't think it's like, you know, processing or anything like that. It's because it's just one stream then being replicated to each source. But sound is stuttering in your stream, little spurts. Yeah. Is my voice clear though? I'm wondering. Is it just like the audio that's doing it? Yeah, the voice is fine. Yeah, that I'm assuming it's probably the data coming over NDI. So I really need to get my music moved over to a streaming PC. So that'll be the next thing that I probably look at doing. Oh, it sucks. I gotta do another build now. Yeah. Your man, thanks, Samurai. How's the game going? Been following off on for a while. Good, good, good. We're working on the habitation system right now. 2 projects. So we have Unforgiven Systems, Unforgiven Space. Unforgiven Systems I created when I started porting everything over to Godot to have like a fundamental gray box only build of the game. That could be like, you know, within 200 megabytes. So it'd be like very basic and not spend 8 years compiling stuff. So that's what I've been kind of like working on when it comes to like optimizing things. So what we're working on today, the goal for today is to make it so the habitation modules can spawn in and you can customize them, despawn them, everything works. So we've done that already. And now I'm trying to test it in a standard multiplayer scene. So I'm gonna do another build again. Because another reason that I don't know why it does this, but Godot, when I run 3 builds, like 3 clients at the same time, they run extremely slow. No matter like how many NPCs, like Antics, one of my buddies can literally run like 4 builds, no problem. Same hardware. All right. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, so this one... Oh, no, wrong scene, wrong scene. So ignore the graphics of this build. Alright, so I'm going to log in as Revere to the account manager. Now on multiplayer, I'm going to join clan. Okay. And now I'll join as Revere. I should have an actual token that's valid. I'll be green this time. Okay, so everything is working. So let's head over. I don't think the items are going to replicate either. This is just a very, like, I don't expect any of this to work whatsoever. I just want to know what happens when we have like an account-oriented single-player. Alright, so I'll observe. Alright, so I'm going to try to spawn in my hab. No. So. But this is working, so. So what am I getting here? Cancel. Oh, okay. It's the spawn replication. And I fired my lasers to make it. I gotta fix that actual laser issue. I'll do that later. Yeah, so we get no data on the object reference. Oh, the hab node. Wait, no hab nodes again. What? Do I have 2 projects running or something? Let me make editable real quick. Editable children. Yeah, look, why? Why are they empty again? I don't understand. Revert. In the scene, I have set them. And they exist. In the universe server where I am using said scene, they're not defined. What? Oh, okay. They were nulled out. Meh. Be that way. Yeah, let me show you real quick the other scene. And then it's like bathroom break again. Well, I have, I'm working on the game full time now. The goal is to get the Patreon to around 400 by the end of the summer. That's my, unrealistic / maybe goal. And now that I can work on the game full time for the next 8 weeks, right? The goal is to get everything working in a vertical slice. So I want to have this test environment fully live, right? With 2 stations that we can spawn missions from, and so the ships are all migrated over. Right, we can buy cargo, throw it on the ship. A lot of things are obviously working, when you're just testing it in single player, it works fine. But that's the goal. I want you to be able to literally go to Joe's furniture store, buy a bunch of furniture, like actually bring it down to your hab, right? Spawn in the hab, customize it, come back and like just save it, and you come back and everything will be, where it should be. I want to have a fully just playable summer vertical slice that's always running. Is that volumetric fog in the hangar? Yeah, and there's a little bit of volumetric fog here around the station. There's supposed to be these little lights here on the corner. They're physically there, but I don't have them. I don't have them modeled, right? But there's they're supposed to be just that touch of oxygen. I think this kind of ends way too early here, actually. Needs to be a little bit lower, but it'll look nice when we kind of get it to a little bit further. Like I have this guy already working now on Unforgiven systems. I want to get the comm. I'd like to spend tomorrow-ish working on the comm system and getting the comm system online, like getting the components of the comm system working and having the ship have a communications system, that uplinks to the station and keeps track of where the nearest stations are. So as we go out of range of the the communications panels, then the ship goes offline. So start giving the components life, other than some basic stats. What's the uptime now? Okay, and then bathroom break. So yeah, so that's PV. This is the just kind of where I am with it. There's a lot of stuff I could probably showcase like in many test scenes, but this is where we're going to be for a bit. When all this is working, I'll be pretty happy. Just kind of having people playing socially and doing missions and just getting everything together. But and I use mushroom. I love the coffee. 7,000 BRBs later. It's looking more cool every day. Checking, yeah, it'll keep going there. I need it to be playable, Greg. Like I need people to, obviously I want to try to get people supporting the project and jumping on the Patreon, but it's got to prove to itself, that it's viable. It's got to be fun, and the great thing about pushing changes so frequently, the hope is that eventually as we reach this kind of threshold of, things are actually really playable, then I think it'll grow, right? Like I look at other games. If we were to look at and obviously I'm not building a single player game or anything, and I'm not comparing myself to it. But if I was in a situation similar to the Vasta, which is at almost 4,000 members at this point, I could just be doing this full time. It'd be great. Just work on the game. But I really need to do more YouTube videos. It's a battle of time. Battle of time. But streaming to more audiences, I think, could help. And really, just finishing these systems is the great way of doing it. When people can see, hey, it's a game, I can jump in and do something. It might not be perfect. It may be very gray boxy, but once players can play together, I think that's like a catalyst.
Do you read me, Felix? Activate suit and chest pack cameras.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, so that's the build. So again, these nodes, Did not work. Or they were like nulled out. Which is very annoying. Especially if I want to do 3 players. I need to like, I don't know, maybe need to push the build to an SMB folder or kind of run it on the streaming PC or something. I will find a way to optimize it at some point. Because the goal is just to get this stuff behaving as if it's single player, even though people are playing together. So like, even if they can't see other people's habs right now, if I can kind of get to a point where it's like, hey, you can just pop in, still spawn your own ship, still spawn your own hab, be around other players. Like, you know, obviously have the ships synchronized, but the habs don't need to synchronize right now. Kind of like GTA, like having a unique hab you can invite people into. Could be like fine. It's just about getting the getting things out. I want to try to get, like I need to have this out in the Sunday build. So this gives me the weekend to kind of test things. And I bet you Godot is what's messing up my sound on this PC, because the sound's still coming out of this PC. Like, what is it doing? Oh man. Hi, are we building? Can we has build? No, maybe we're just gonna restart Godot, because I don't know why there's 4 terminal versions of it running. Oh, hang on. I do know. I'm still running. Crash it out time. They're still running. Why do the terminal builds not close when I escape them? I bet you they're not. Every time I go here and I go to like Control C to like cancel it, it's still running. I have a feeling they're not actually canceling when I'm running it here in PowerShell. And that's why I'm getting the temporary error issues.
There it is, world out there. Release seatbelt.
Oh, I do want to open this one.
All right, stand up on the exterior step. Keep your head down.
Okay.
Go ahead and they'll take care of you.
I gotta see if I can find a way to boot the command line version up into some type of console. Or do an RPC to the server to tell the server to gracefully shut down. Which is probably the better way of doing it. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's publishing fine. Alright, let's log in regularly with Sam. Okay. Alright, and log in. Now, moment of truth. What happens as an observer as I spawn in my own head? Does it work? Yep. Okay, cool. Good. Alright, so I would just be walking into the NPC version right now. Alright, so let me move this man over here. Alright, I am going to go buy couch. And eventually we'll get all this stuff replicating. And then I'm going to go ahead and unlock it. Spawn it back in. And my couch is still there and everything is fine. And now if, so Sam doesn't see anything that's happening, which is fine. And if Sam goes over to the terminal, there is no habitation logo. Cool. So its experience is only happening for Revere, who's signed in. Alright, so if I... So we could actually get the item, like the world items replicating. Just under the authority of the person who spawns them. I really want to get an emote. What do you guys think? You think I should, you think we should squirrel and do this one? Add the, I wonder if I could go. You think we should do this one? add a wave emote? I feel like there needs to be an emote when you're in the game, you know? Just something that you can do other than, you know, jump up and down. Actually, oh yeah, that's right too. I actually do need to get the jump and stuff working instead of the my little strafe up back. And we gotta fix the bug with the projectiles. Yeah, getting these replicating would be kind of cool, so they're not just client-side. They would have to be... Do. Yeah, because we could do like an entities folder or something that we can... like an items node for replicated items that things can stay in while we're Could be in entities. Nah, items is fine. So we don't want to synchronize any other properties other than our root. Position and rotation on the node itself. Yeah, there'll be always, but I'll control how they replicate. And then when we're actually adding these in, yeah, when we're doing the spawn, based on the component area, we do want to use the component area, but we want to actually try yeah, instead of putting them in space, I mean, we could have a universal synchronizer. I think that'd be kind of annoying though. Let's do our null. So we can do a null check. Yeah, do what you were going to do, but I want to try something. Because they'll still be affected by gravity and everything. Hey, mind if the... Might be loud. Oh yeah, I don't mind that. Sorry for missing that. Go right ahead. I just want to see if I can get one of these. And then a global transform based upon the component area. See, I don't want to parent them, but I want to put them in the component area. I don't know why this exports components. Now, how do we... Yeah, when I do Control C, it's not actually killing it. What is the graceful way of actually killing it? Because look, it's totally still there. In the terminal. As far as I'm aware, I mean, that looks like it's just a regular one. Hang on. Yeah, no, this is a regular Godot engine, not the editor. So weird. Now, authority should be by the person who spawns it, but we'll find out. We might not have any authority over it by default. And for this, I'm just going to log in as a server client. Yeah, so we're just going to use the client server. I'll use Sam as an example. Okay, so this player here is just going to be the temporary host. And now, yeah, so we'll just see what happens when and then after this, I think we'll go for a break. No. Yeah, so we're gonna have to spawn them. Now, what happens when the server does that? No, we each have our own. Interesting, though, that they're not. I wish this... Why do you new runner just reload? Access exposed. Stop. Spawn limit, spawn pad items. So we can't spawn it if it is added to the items list. But this has reach burrow. So that's unique. Alright, what's the uptime? 5 hours, yeah, okay. We're gonna get ready, we're gonna raid someone. I think. Take a break. It's good though, good progress. I'm gonna play around with this. I don't know if we'll use. I think we'll do the ship components probably first. Getting the ship components because when the ship components are synchronized to the ship, they're kind of replicated through the ship. It makes it easy. You know, it's easy to tell what components are on the ship because the ship itself replicates them. But when they're disconnected and they're loose in the world, that's when we actually need them to be actually seen by everyone and authority based on whoever's pointing a tractor beam at it can be passed around via RPC. So anyway, with that, make sure if you guys are interested, jump in the Discord, check out the Patreon, and we're gonna go find someone to raid. I'm gonna go into here. Try to figure out the sound stuff later on tonight. I'm going to end it here on the YouTube.